Bon, allez. On va faire les 2 enquêtes, là, et puis après, ça devrait être bon.
Don't touch anything else, is that clear? Just go and get a bucket of fertilizer. And without turning it over this time. Good day to you, gentlemen. How may I help you? If you are here for a visit, please do come back on Sunday.
I am afraid that it cannot wait. My name is Sherlock Holmes, and this is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson. We are investigating the theft of plants that took place here 5 days ago. A remarkable collection, I believe.
So you're the one in charge, eh?
A small favor for a friend. Now, to whom do I have the pleasure of speaking?
I am Martin Hamish. I am the Deputy Director of Kew Gardens. And that fellow yonder is Albert. He works here.
I am delighted to meet you. What can you tell us about the plants?
They were rare and exceptional plants. We presented them at our last exhibition. We haven't removed the stand yet. It is still in the large glass house. We only learned of their disappearance the evening after the exhibition, and nobody saw anything.
No doors were forced?
No, but I would imagine that for a thief it would be fairly easy to gain entry, for there are no guards here.
Well, if you don't mind, we will take a look. Now, you say that it is in the large glass house.
Yes, the one just behind me. Just a second, since Albert has nothing else to do. Albert, show these gentlemen where the exhibition was held.
How many people work here?
Only myself, but occasionally 2 students, Albert, whom you have met, and Miss White.
Here it is. This is the place where the stolen plants were exhibited.
Thank you. Is there something the matter?
Yes, there is. All right, the plants were valuable and rare, but it seems to me that the tragedy that took place here only 2 days ago has been entirely forgotten already.
What tragedy are you referring to?
The director of Kew Gardens, Mr. Montague Dunn, he died here just 2 months ago.
We're very sorry. We were not aware. The 2 of you were good friends?
He was my father.
Oh dear. Our condolences. We should not be troubling you. Please do excuse us for the intrusion.
You say that he died here, in the large glass house?
Holmes?
Yes, just here, near the door to the colonial collection. He suffered a heart attack, just like that, so suddenly. It was terrible. Excuse me, gentlemen, but I cannot remain here. If you need me, I'll be in the reserve. That's the room next to the front of the large greenhouse.
Of course, we understand. The plants were here. All of them were stolen.
Do not touch.
Here is a list of the stolen plants. According to Albert, this is where his father, Montague Dunn, was found dead. The door was smashed at shoulder height. This door handle is new. It was recently changed. The esconson was breached near the handle. The door was forced from the inside of the Colonial Collection Room. The handle was changed afterwards.
I think we need to inspect the Colonial Collection Room.
The traces are thinner in some places. These boot marks are fresh. It appears as though someone was dragging their feet. The footprints reveal that someone staggered here. soil. It should have come from a flower pot. The soil on the side of this flower shelf is the same as that on the ground. Very strange. Half of the colonial collection is absent. The smell is strong. It is a detergent. This broken fragment was the result of a heavy blow. A fragment of marble, most likely chipped from a statue or sculpture. These windows were perfectly cleaned. Part of this greenhouse was emptied and thoroughly clean. This is one of the outlets of the ventilation system. According to this, they have light and moisture control in some parts of the building. According to this, they have light and moisture control in some parts of the building. Dry tropics. These flower pots are beautiful. They are intended to be used for exhibition purposes. The symbol is not from Kew Gardens. Dry tropics. There is a smell of burning. The symbol is not from Kew Gardens. A door handle? Why would anyone throw something in the fire? The door handle to the colonial collection and that of the fireplace are made of the same material. The remains of a picture frame. A broom handle was half burned. A protective mask. Someone set it alight, but it did not burn. The plants were set alight fairly recently. Some have not completely burned. Colonial Collection. Director's Office, Cloakroom and Laboratory. Palm House. Water Lily Greenhouse. Dry Tropics. Seed House. Ventilation System. Nursery. A map of Kew Gardens. Reserve. A ventilation system. It should regulate the temperature of the staff buildings. A water tank. Seed house. Locked. Locked. nursery. Locked. Locked. Albert told us about the tragic death of Mr. Dunn, the late director of Kew Gardens.
Tragic indeed. His heart attack was quite unexpected.
Would you unlock the doors for us?
Do you expect to find the stolen plants there? I am sorry, but those rooms are private.
Thank you, Mr. Hamish. We shall continue our investigation. Locked.
Can I help you, gentlemen?
Do you work here?
Yes, but part-time only, for I'm also studying botany at the University of London.
You're following in your father's footsteps, then. That is commendable.
Well, even if botany is not my strongest suit, there are people who say that I could be a good manager.
Thank you, young man. We shall see you again soon. According to this, they have light and moisture control in some parts of the building. Water lily greenhouse. No, it wasn't like that. No, it wasn't like that. wasn't like that. No, it 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 wasn't like that.
Mais un truc là, mais où? Ah, attends, là.
Soil. It should have come from a flower pot. Soil. It should have come. Fragments of a flower pot. It fell down here. This pot was broken fairly recently. A flower pot recently fell down from these shelves and was misplaced. No, it wasn't like that.
Deux.
wasn't like that.
On se la porte. On inverse le pot.
No, it wasn't like that. This sign is broken. Something heavy was dropped upon it. Blood. Someone fell violently against this sign, and they were injured in the clash, most likely a head wound. All the clues around here are quite suspicious. I need my imagination to make sense of it all.
Attends. 1, 2 et 3.
This reconstruction reveals a disturbing fact. Montague Dunn damaged the door of the Colonial Collection Room.
He was in a panic, or the door was locked. Was it an accident, or a murder then, I wonder?
I asked Inspector Lestrade to take Montague Dunn's body to Scotland Yard.
It's ready for autopsy then.
First of all, let us carry out an external examination. There are no suspicious marks upon the chest. Let us finish our external examination so that we can proceed with the autopsy. The vessels and the pupil of the eye appear quite normal. There is an injury to the skull, most probably caused by the fall in the water lily greenhouse. The air from the lungs carries a faint floral aroma. No redness, stings, or bruises. Nothing suspicious here. Now, let us examine the internal organs. The heart's blood vessels show no pathological signs. The heart tissue shows no visible pathological signs. The lungs are congested and edematous.
Il prend ça comme s'il prenait n'importe quoi.
The tissue on the inferior lobe of the right lung is damaged, most probably caused by toxins from an unknown plant. The liver is enlarged. It would seem that he was suffering from an alcohol addiction. The liver tissue is brown. There are no visible pathological signs. The stomach tissues show no visible pathological signs. There is a small amount of content. It appears that he breakfasted lightly, only a short while before his death. My suspicions have been substantiated. Montague Dunn, the director of Kew Gardens, died from poisoning. Plant poisoning, to be more exact.
You mean
Yes, it is murder.
we should inform Lestrade?
Yes, but do remember, Watson, that I discovered the murder. The challenge is mine.
The challenge, Holmes?
We need to locate that deadly plant. Such a perfect murder appeals to me.
Murder of any kind appeals to you. Is that all we need to do?
No, we also have the people working at Kew Gardens. Martin Hamish and the son of the victim, Albert Dunn.
And also Miss White, of whom we spoke with Mr. Hamish. Should we bring them all here for interrogation?
No, a few innocuous questions at Kew will suffice, as well as a discreet delve into their personal affairs. Yes, Watson, it is time now to open the doors.
Even those in the staff building. I suppose that is necessary.
We should also be concerned with the victim himself. After all, we don't know very much about Montague Dunn.
You're enjoying this already, aren't you?
More than a little. This watch is of great value. A beautiful feather pen of a good make. A membership card for the London Crest Club.
Sachant que là je suis en train de faire l'avant-dernière mission, enquête du moins. Après après je ferai sûrement Wolfenstein par la duc là qui est dans le Game Pass. Salut Snake.
Mr. Hamish, can you explain to us what happened to the colonial collection? It seems somewhat depleted.
But, oh, most likely maintenance work, tidying up.
You're not sure, then? But you're the deputy director.
Well, I am busy. I cannot be everywhere at once.
As deputy director, how was your relationship with Montague Dunn?
To be honest with you, Mr. Holmes, it could have been better. You see, every Tuesday he would carry out his inspection of the gardens, but it was solely to make an impression, great pretense that he cared at all. He would give out absurd orders, ignoring anyone else's opinion. He would then disappear for the rest of the week. He was what some might call a man of action. I'd say rather he was overzealous and chaotic. So after all, it was no wonder, perhaps, that he ended up like that, if you take into consideration his kind of lifestyle.
You mentioned that Mr. Dunn led a particular lifestyle.
Well, it's no secret that he enjoyed, celebrating.
Ah bah ça va.
He was a member of the London Smart Set.
Là je vais essayer de faire les 2 enquêtes là qui me restent.
And he had an eye
Après je dirais faire mon petit tour et puis
Mr. Holmes.
puis après bah je vais faire Wolfenstein.
Mr. Hamish, can you tell us who holds the keys to the locked greenhouses?
That would be Albert, Mr. Dunn's son. Yes, Albert keeps all the keys.
Mais ils en ont fait deux des Sherlock Holmes.
Never interested in Kew Gardens before.
Un en français, non 3 je crois. Non 3.
I think he wants to take over the management.
Un en français et les 2 autres en anglais.
He has no experience. No, none at all.
Et moi j'ai joué au 3.
What is your opinion of Albert as a student of botany?
He's useless. I often tell him so, and I can only give him cleaning tasks. Botany is not his life's work, and his father well knew it. He was furious.
Hier ou avant-hier, je sais plus, j'ai diffusé sur
He forced his son to work.
J'ai diffusé sur Hercule Poirot aussi. J'ai fait Hercule Poirot.
Are you able to elaborate on that?
Well, for example, with our
Hercule Poirot, c'est bien ce que c'était en français.
Mr. Dunn had Albert make a presentation speech. But then, while the lad was speaking, Mr. Dunn interrupted him, asking him difficult questions, making him look like
je te dis, moi j'ai fait 3.
It was with the intention of making a fool of him, Mr. Holmes.
J'ai fait 3. Pas 3. En comptant celui-là, je précise.
Yes, he was crushed, and he had to leave. Everybody was making fun of poor Albert. That is, except for Miss Margaret White, who was such a nice lady and who always takes pity on Albert.
You mentioned a Miss White. Would you tell us more about her?
She is a student who works here part-time. She is quite charming indeed. She possesses a great talent for botany. You should take a look at some of her experiments that she carried out in the laboratory. Ah, if only she were not so naive.
Why naive?
The way she used to flutter around Mr. Montague Dunn. And why, he couldn't help but be flattered by all her attention. How could an intelligent woman such as Miss White not see through his game? I can only scratch my head and wonder.
Ah oui, une bonne heure, ouais.
Mr. Hamish, do you grow
quand tu vois tout, j'ai dû faire...
You mean insectivorous? Yes, but nothing large.
J'ai dû faire, je sais pas, 2-3 diffusions dessus.
Thank you, Mr. Hamish. We shall continue our investigation.
Ah non, pas évident, non. Il est pas évident. Non, pas évident du tout, même.
Locked. Locked.
C'est pas évident du tout, même.
Locked.
C'est pas évident du tout. Surtout Hercule Poirot, c'est...
Locked.
Surtout l'Hercule Poirot, il y a certaines énigmes sur le jeu. J'ai dû attendre pour que les indices se rechargent parce que c'était pas évident. Pas évident.
Locked. Locked. Locked.
Pourquoi c'est toujours l'orque? Toujours l'orque. Putain, c'est dingue ça.
A ventilation system. It should regulate the temperature of the staff building.
Ah, mais il faut un truc pour le faire aussi. Il faut un machin, mais je sais pas, ça me fait l'orque. Oula, tu m'as donné envie de les faire et ça tombe bien, je me suis acheté un gros disque dur externe pour ma Xbox One, il fait... J'aurai largement de place. Oh, ouais. Tu sais combien il fait Hercule Poirot? Hercule Poirot, il fait... je crois qu'il fait 2 gigas. Alors tu sais, sur tes 3,5 tonnes de Z, t'auras 2 gigas. Prend pas beaucoup de place, hein. Ça prend pas beaucoup de place, hein. Par contre, là, ils ont mis un jeu dans le Game Pass, là, c'est Final Fantasy. Et il fait 126 gigas, je crois. Il fait 126 gigas. Alors, 126 gigas, t'as intérêt à avoir une bonne connexion. T'as intérêt à avoir une bonne connexion, une bonne... Bah, bon, tout, quoi.
Water Lily Greenhouse.
T'as intérêt à avoir une bonne connexion, une bonne vitesse de débit pour que ça aille le plus vite possible. Sur 26 Go, c'est énorme. Hein. C'est énorme. Sur 26 Go, je sais pas si tu te rends compte, mais moi je sais que le premier jeu que j'avais téléchargé sur les Xbox, je crois qu'il faisait 80 gigas, je crois. C'était un jeu à l'époque de... C'était bien avant que je pense à streamer, bien avant. C'était un jeu, je crois que c'est à l'époque de la Grèce, je crois. De la Grèce antique, il me semble. Il me semble la Grèce antique ou la Grèce tout court. Et comment dire?
According to this, they have light and moisture control in some parts.
De toute façon, ça 26 Go, je pense que même avec une très très bonne connexion, je pense qu'il te faut la journée. Hein. Je pense qu'il te faut la journée. Hein. Même avec la fibre, je pense que...
According to this, they have light and moisture.
Je pense que même avec la fibre, il faut la... Je pense que même avec la fibre, il faut quand même pas mal de temps. Même si tu as une très très bonne connexion. Parce que faut pas oublier que tu diffuses depuis les serveurs Microsoft et les serveurs Microsoft, enfin voilà quoi. C'est pas... Ah voilà quoi.
Who is Miss Margaret White?
Ah, she is the young lady who studies with me. She visits here sometimes to help out with the greenhouses. In fact, she should be here today. She wanted to work at the seed house. That's the small greenhouse across from the large glass house.
We noticed that a part of the colonial collection has been cleared.
Ah, at the moment I'm just dealing with the storage room. I don't know much about the other rooms.
I imagine that your relationship with your father may have been a strained one.
Yes. I cannot say that he was a kind man, for he never listened to me at all. He forced me to work here. But now, after his death, I've been pondering it over. Perhaps he wasn't so wrong about me after all. I have to follow his path. I have to manage Kew Gardens. and I can do it. I can be as good as any other who works here.
Would you please tell us about Martin Hamish, the deputy director?
Well, I have to tell you that Mr. Hamish is not and has never been the deputy director of Kew Gardens. My father would not have tolerated it.
Indeed? That is most interesting. He told us that he was.
Yes, because he believes that the management should be passed down to him now that my father is dead. But in actual fact, Mr. Hamish only has the honour of being the garden's longest-serving employee. In fact, if we are to think logically at all, it should be me who takes over the management of Kew Gardens.
Do you not have a good relationship with Mr. Hamish?
Oui, mais je l'ai pris. Je l'ai pris.
But we have very little in common.
Je l'ai téléchargé.
His plants and Kew Gardens.
Mais j'attends de finir ce jeu-là pour.
I see.
J'attends de finir. J'attends de finir Sherlock Holmes pour jouer après. Mais je l'ai pris, je l'ai pris. Je pensais y avoir déjà joué, mais avec les deux sorts, ça me dit rien. Ça me dit rien.
Dismissively, with indifference.
Do you hold the keys to all of these locked doors?
Yes, you can have them. But I cannot give you the keys to the cloakroom. The employees' effects are private. I am sure you understand.
Thank you, young man. We shall see you again soon.
Bon. Je vais peut-être pouvoir enfin rentrer. Peut-être. Ça va peut-être plus me dire porte fermée à clé. Voilà. Bon. Une porte où je peux rentrer. Déjà ça.
Newspapers discussing Kew Gardens.
Ouais, il fait 40 gigas, je crois, il me semble. Il fait 40 gigas, si je raconte pas de conneries. Il fait 40 gigas, un truc comme ça.
French wine, a remarkable vintage. Champagne. Montague Dunn had good taste.
Mais tu vois, il y a un truc de dingue, tu vois, sur Twitch, le fait que je joue à Sherlock Holmes, tu vois, ça en intéresse certains, bon pas tous, hein, certains, parce que bon, c'est vrai que Sherlock Holmes, c'est vrai, il faut bien connaître que Sherlock Holmes, ouais, c'est Sherlock Holmes, hein. Sherlock Holmes, c'est Sherlock Holmes, mais tu vois, il y en a qui s'intéressent. Bon, je dis pas tous, hein, évidemment. Oh, ça m'agace. Puis ce qui est bien aussi avec Sherlock Holmes, c'est que tu peux passer les... Si tu n'y arrives pas, tu peux les passer. C'est ça qui est bien. C'est ça qui est bien. Et moi, il y a certains mini-jeux, comme ils appellent ça, je fais. Parce que bon, quand même. Mais il y en a certains autres, ça m'agace, donc je passe.
I suggest that we don't tell Miss Margaret White about this document.
C'est bien ça, ah ouais, il fait 42 gigas, ouais. Mon petit Snake, quand est-ce qu'on te verra un jour en caméra hein? C'est prévu la caméra ou c'est pas prévu? Ou tu veux pas te montrer? Parce que je sais qu'il y a un certain qui aime pas se montrer en caméra, donc voilà. Sur Mixer, il y en a quelques-uns qui parlent de son Mixer. Mixer, il parle beaucoup, mais... Enfin, bref. J'en entends pas mal dire ouais tiens faudrait peut-être que je mette une caméra etc.
There was a bottle here. It left behind a trace of the substance that pervaded the laboratory.
Gold dust.
Puis pourquoi pas un micro?
Good heavens. What's it doing here?
Pourquoi
The
pas?
gold is almost immune to chemical attacks, so it may be a valuable auxiliary for various experiments.
But why would anyone perform such experiments in a botanical garden?
Several drops of the substance were spilled. Someone carried this bottle around. Several drops of the substance were spilled. Someone carried this bottle around. The bottle is no longer here, but it is possible to detect a faint scent. We need a good nose.
Oh, comme le mien. Comme le mien. Alors le mien de casque, je l'ai acheté à Inter. Je l'ai acheté à Inter le mien. Je crois que je l'avais payé 40 €, je crois, un truc comme ça. Alors c'est pas un casque, c'est un. Je pense que chez toi en Belgique. Moi le casque Xbox, j'avais eu la chance d'en trouver un sans débourser un centime. Je l'avais trouvé dans le. Je l'avais trouvé dans le. Comment dire?
Holmes, Albert Dunn didn't give us the key
Dans un
to
caddie.
this door.
It does not matter.
Quelqu'un qui a oublié le casque. Et le problème, c'est que moi, comme j'ai pas la voix qui parle déjà de base, et comme je passe par OBS, même en le mettant à 30 décibels, le problème, c'est que le son du jeu était, bref, voilà, machin, et voilà, c'est ça le problème. C'est bien pour ceux qui ont la voix qui porte, qui n'ont pas la voix, c'est bien. Bah non, c'est pas bien. C'est justement, c'est tout ça.
Open.
En fait, le casque Xbox que j'avais avant, c'est plus pour ceux qui veulent pas spécialement parler, mais avoir un bon son de jeu. Voilà. Si tu prends le casque juste pour entendre le son du jeu, c'est bon. Après, parler avec. D'ailleurs le casque il est ironique comme ça d'ailleurs, hein, c'est marqué sur la boîte. Hein, quand tu achètes le truc, c'est marqué sur la boîte, dessus, son stéréo, etc. Je pense même que c'est un casque. Je pense même que c'est un. Bon, t'as un micro incorporé avec, mais je pense qu'il doit y en avoir qui doivent servir pour écouter la musique. C'est sur le téléphone, tu branches ça sur ton téléphone et puis voilà. Il doit être bien pour d'ailleurs quand tu es sur ton téléphone, tu te balades, tu mets la radio, voilà. Je pense que c'est fait pour ça. Ou alors c'est fait pour ceux qui ont une grosse voix. Qui n'ont pas une voix fluette comme la mienne, tu vois. Avec le micro que j'avais avant, une voix fluette, ça passe pas, t'entends pas. Il suffit que tu joues à un jeu, je sais pas moi, un jeu de guerre ou un jeu de machin, on va plus entendre ton jeu que toi. Et ce casque-là, il coûte, je crois qu'il coûte dans les 80 €, je crois. Donc, 80 €, je pense que tu payes plus la marque. Je pense que tu payes plus la marque du micro que le micro. Hein.
Martin Hamish's locker.
Mais bon.
Father and I, Kew Gardens. A review on rare and exotic plants. Martin Hamish has written several pieces.
Moi, ce que je pourrais te conseiller, Snake, pour pas trop non plus dépenser tout ton argent sur un micro et un casque, essaye, enfin si tu peux, hein, essaye d'avoir un, je sais pas moi, une caméra, tu sais que tu peux avoir sur un, une caméra par exemple, je sais pas, que tu branches sur un PC. Bon, faut pas non plus que ça soit de la merde, hein. Pas non plus. Mais tu te rappelles, quand j'ai streamé avec la caméra que je mettais au milieu. Bah la caméra là, cette caméra là, c'était une caméra que j'avais acheté à JTM. Je crois qu'à l'époque ça coûtait, je sais plus, je crois que ça devait coûter 30 euros, un truc comme ça. Mais des fois, t'as des caméras, à son petit prix, mais tu croirais que c'est de la merde, mais non, c'est pas de la merde, hein. C'est pas du tout de la merde, hein. De toute façon, une caméra, c'est fait pour quoi? C'est fait pour qu'on te voie, pour qu'on voie ta tête. Donc, t'as peut-être pas besoin non plus d'avoir une caméra qui fait 4K, qui fait HD, etc. Enfin, je pense, hein. Je pense qu'une simple caméra 720p comme celle que je te parle là, que je mettais avant avec la caméra au milieu, ça va amplement. Hein. Pas la peine de mettre tout ton argent sur du 1080p ou du 4K. Hein. Ça sert à rien. Donc ça sert à rien. Après ceux qui le font, j'ai envie de dire c'est leur problème. Mais bon, bah quoi.
Study report.
Et non, ça se voit s'il n'y avait pas de Sherlock comme ça. Tu t'imagines si maintenant, pour avoir l'information, on avait ça, on mettait des espèces de rondins en cube là, puis on contournait le truc pour avoir l'information.
A study report by Martin Hamish.
Surtout en ce moment avec le truc virus là, avec le coronavirus là, tu mets le phonographe, clac, tu mets le truc, l'espèce de machin, enfin je sais pas comment on appelle ça à l'époque, et puis tu tournes. Chut, coronavirus.
This is a table for experiments. It resembles my own.
Only this one is kept in good order, Holmes.
C'est pas drôle parce que c'est pas marrant parce que ça fait des morts, mais bon.
It appears as though the protective equipment is missing from here.
Mais dans l'idée, c'est ça. Hein.
Such masks are generally worn when dealing with toxic chemicals.
Mars 2020, un mort vient d'être opéré. Tac, 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 tac.
Gloves, waterproof aprons, everything one might need for self-protection.
Do they grow dangerous plants here?
Là, pour le phonographe là qui monte sur le jeu, c'est l'ancêtre de la télé. Là, c'est c'est même l'ancêtre de la radio. Tu vois, c'est bon, en même temps, en 1800, hein, il n'y avait pas de télé, pas de radio, pas de 4G, pas de 4K, enfin bref. Donc, Donc fallait bien que l'information elle vienne de quelque part. Hein. C'est pour ça que c'est bien de jouer à des jeux comme ça. À des jeux anciens, parce que c'est pas anciens. Enfin à des jeux on va dire récents qui sont faits assez récemment parce que là il est 2020. Enfin ce que j'ai 2020. Mais ce qui est bien c'est quand ils font des jeux de l'ancien temps, de l'époque de Sherlock Holmes ou l'époque de. Par contre, c'est dommage parce qu'ils ont jamais fait des jeux. Ils ont jamais fait un jeu à l'époque. C'est un jeu, je sais pas moi, à l'époque de Louis XIII ou Louis XIV. C'est à peu près de la même époque, à peu près. Ah bah oui, hein, à l'époque c'est comme ça. Hein. Puis à l'époque en Angleterre, t'avais écrire aussi, t'avais écrire dans la rue qui disait ce qui se passait, qui criait avec leurs genoux ce qui se passait. Ah bah là en ce moment avec le coronavirus, si ça devait être comme ça là dehors à mon avis, ça serait pas marrant. Hein. C'est pas drôle.
A thesis written by Martin Hamish. This area serves as Martin Hamish's office.
Tu sors dehors et puis t'entends qu'il y a encore un mort du coronavirus. C'est pas très gai. Pas très gai. Mais non.
We can see the interior of the Colonial Collection Room from this window. This certificate belongs to Martin Hamish. He won a horticultural competition.
Bah, surtout que là, ils ont encore annoncé 5 morts, là. Et le japonais, et le chinois qui a annoncé ça, est mort. Donc c'est encore plus flippant. Soit ils l'ont fait mourir. Parce que il en savait peut-être trop. Donc clac.
The seeds of plant species are stored here.
Peut-être, hein. C'est la conspiration, elle est partout, hein. Elle est partout. Mais bon, t'as notre ministre de la Santé qui se veut rassurante, qui dit, ouais, vous inquiétez pas, en France. Là, c'est comme là, elle a annoncé aux informations, là, qu'il y avait des Français qui étaient... Ah non, pas des Français, des Anglais, qui sont venus en France, pourquoi en France, on se demande.
Seed house. Open.
Qui seraient venus en France pour faire je sais pas quoi d'ailleurs. Et qu'ils viennent de Singapour. Donc ils étaient en promenade à Singapour et qu'ils avaient le truc de coronavirus. Enfin bref.
Good day to you, miss. You have some very beautiful plants here.
Why, thank you, sir. And good day to you, too. But...
Oh, I do beg your pardon. My name is Dr. John Watson. This is my good friend, Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
I am honored to make your acquaintance, gentlemen. My name is Margaret White. Excuse me, but are you Sherlock Holmes, the great detective?
Yes, I am he.
What a pleasure to see you here at Kew Gardens. Are you working on a case?
Ce que j'aime bien aussi, c'est ça, c'est quand il fait ça, c'est quand tu regardes les traits de caractère, etc.
Yes, a theft of plants that took place here a few days ago after their most recent exhibition.
Oh, yes, of course. I quite forgot about that.
Ah, mais chez vous aussi, en plus, en Belgique aussi, vous êtes touché par le coronavirus.
After the tragedy that took place here.
De toute façon, ah mais nous en France, il dit, quand tu écoutes le ministre de la Santé, il n'y a pas de problème, faut pas paniquer. Il y a... En plus, ceux qui ont été atteints par le coronavirus, enfin nous, chez nous en France, on les met dans un espèce de spa. Alors toi, je sais pas comment vous recevez ceux qui viennent de là-bas qui viennent là-bas de Chine. Mais nous, on les met dans un spa. Alors tranquille le spa, ils peuvent jouer au tennis. Enfin bref, ils peuvent faire des saunas, etc. Les mecs sont malades, hein. Ils sont malades, ils ont peut-être pas le coronavirus, mais bon, ils ont des symptômes. Et on les met là dans les spas. Oui, quoi?
Oh, ils sont chiants.
Quoi
Là,
encore?
Ici, là, c'est bien 25 11 51 à ALB.
Débrouille-toi.
Bah non, mais je te demande, écoute, tu l'as marqué, bah je le fais, mais ça. Hein?
Bah débrouille-toi.
Mais tu
Bah,
l'as
pour une fois,
marqué.
tu peux te débrouiller, non?
Hein?
Pour une fois, tu peux te débrouiller, non?
Mais je te demande, c'est bien ça, c'est. Bah, je sais que tu l'as marqué.
Bah, tu peux te
Mais c'est
débrouiller.
ça, 25 11.
Ah, tu peux te débrouiller.
Mais je l'ai fait, ah oui, mais ça me met que c'est pas bon.
Ah bah,
écoute,
qu'est-ce que tu veux que j'y fasse?
Tu l'as marqué.
Qu'est-ce que tu veux que j'y fasse?
Pourquoi tu ne marques pas toi? Mais tu l'as marqué, Hervé, là-bas sur ton truc. Écoute, je le fais. 25 11 51 ALB. Putain.
Attends, problème technique. Problème technique.
51 ALB.
Attends, problème technique.
Oh, c'est pas vrai.
Problème technique.
C'est pas vrai. En plus, je m'en rappelle et non, mais attends.
Attends, deux petites secondes.
Allez, dépêche-toi.
C'est tapé?
25 11 51 ALB.
Bah ouais.
Alors attends, on regarde si c'est bien ça, mais attends. Hein?
Bah oui, j'ai marqué là, moi.
Ah, c'est ça, 25 11 51 ALB.
Bah ouais.
Bah alors.
Mais c'est quoi, c'est le truc pour la thé?
Ouais, bah oui.
Bah ouais, c'est ça. 25 ans, ça LB, bah ouais, j'ai marqué.
25 11 51 ALB.
Oui, j'ai marqué là, ouais.
C'est ALB, c'est pas en majuscule, c'est normal.
Non, bah oui.
Bah alors. Oh, ils sont chiants. Putain.
J'ai marqué là, ouais.
Bon, et. Alors. Ah oui, ALB, bah 25. Chut. Non, saute pas. 11, 51. ALB. Ah non, ça. Mot de passe oublié. Ah non, mais.
Would you happen to know why the colonial collection was cleared?
No, I have never been there.
Tes parents, toi, ils oublient leur mot de passe de leur logiciel?
J'ai oublié, c'est mon mot de passe.
Do you work here?
Part-time only. I am a biology student at the London University. I attend the same classes as the son of Mr. Montague Dunn. That is how I found my chance to work here for part of my thesis, you see. It is a great honor.
How well well did you know Mr. Montague?
Fais voir avant que tu fasses une connerie.
He was a
Attends,
master,
bah, je le fais.
a
Hein,
great leader.
82,
I saw
01,
him almost as a
01,
spiritual father.
He had
01, oui,
an
01,
exceptional
15.
nature.
Oh, yes, indeed. He was
01,
always so active
Et
and
puis en
so
dessous,
optimistic
c'est 25
and
ondes,
very nice
25.
to me. Although he could behave
51.
harshly towards his son.
Ah,
Why
et
so?
He loved his son dearly and wanted the very best for him. It made him extremely demanding. Albert, who is naturally shy, suffered because of it.
Putain, c'est incroyable ça.
Most of the doors in Kew Gardens are locked. Do you have a key to this room?
Ah, je te jure.
Albert gave me a set of duplicate keys.
Qu'est-ce qu'il ferait
He
sans nous,
agreed
hein?
I might carry out my studies without disturbing him. It is only temporary.
Thank you, miss. None of the 3 people who work at Kew Gardens know why half of the colonial collection was cleared. So, someone is lying. It is obvious.
Qu'est-ce qu'il ferait sans nous? Bon, fais voir ton truc là, parce que tu vas pas mettre.
Attends, parce que là, c'est en train de chercher là. Voilà. Bon, bah, j'en ai tu l'as eu. Tiens, allez. Attends.
Tu sais, des fois, c'est toi, hein, tu crois mettre A et puis tu mets une lettre, et l'autre lettre, ça arrive.
J'ai mis à LB. Hein,
C'est ce que tu crois, mais des fois, avec ton shift. Et mais moi, ça m'arrive à moi aussi. Hein, des fois,
Non, mais là, regarde, je fais ALB. Je fais pas de.
des fois, je crois mettre ton truc et puis non.
Oh, je m'identifie. Non, attends. Tiens, bah vas-y. Tiens. Alors, mon numéro de téléphone.
C'est quoi ton machin? C'est quoi ton truc là?
0646.
C'est quoi ton machin? C'est quoi ton truc là?
Non, parce que, j'écoutais le.
Attends, t'es sur quoi je.
Putain, c'est pas vrai. Hein.
C'est pas la télé plutôt qui déconne?
Non, bah non, lui il me demande le. Non, mais attends.
C'est pas ta télé qui déconne par hasard?
Ah non, c'est pas la télé.
Attends, ça a marché. Hein.
Ah, ça a marché?
Attends. Mettez. Merde, putain. Parce que je voyais un truc là. Combien?
Attends, merde, 0646 82 01 15. C'est 15 ou 5? Ah, oui.
Tu me dis ça genre 5 moi?
0646 82 01 15.
Il est marrant, toi, tu me dis ça à moi. Tu me demandes à moi ton numéro de téléphone. Mon téléphone. Ah, c'est mon téléphone, évidemment. Tu sais pas où aller faire ça.
T'as pas mon numéro de téléphone là-dessus?
Ben si.
Il est où?
Il est là. 15. 01 15.
Ah, 01 15, ouais, c'est ça. Et après, je fais 25 11 51 LB. Attends.
15. Attends. 5. Bon, on va ne pas s'oublier. Hein.
J'ai pas encore rechangé le...
Ah si.
Hein?
Ah si.
Oh non, attends.
Ah si. Bah tu veux faire quoi?
Hein?
T'as pas le choix, de toute façon. T'as pas le choix.
Et pourquoi qu'ils font ça?
Alors.
Putain.
Alors.
Tu me fais un truc simple, hein?
06.
Voilà, 06 46 82 01 15.
06 46 82 01.
Alors tu me fais Tony ALB, et puis voilà. Fort.
Et attends, si ça marche.
Tony avec un Y, hein. Tony ALB, puis voilà. Hein. Oh.
Si ça marche. Alors. 169, 198. Non, pas 59. Bon, je vais essayer votre mot de passe. On va essayer de prendre le même. Hein.
25 ans 51 ALB? Bah oui, bah c'est...
Zut. Merci. Voilà. Donc normalement, c'est bon.
Non mais ils sont cons, hein.
Attends. Normalement, c'est bon, logiquement. Oui, bon, ça d'accord, ok, ça roule. Ça c'est bon, ça c'est bon. Alors, 06. 06 82. Après,
Ils sont graves. Pour remettre le même, non mais attends.
6 82 01.
15.
Attends, 06 82 25 11 51 A L P. Tu vois, au pire, si t'es pas sûr.
Hein?
Au pire, si t'es pas sûr, tu fais ça. Tu sais, t'as caché et t'as voir.
Ouais.
Tu fais ça pour voir si c'est bien écrit 25 ans 50. Parce que des fois, ça se trouve, tu crois le bien mettre et tu, avec ton doigt, tu t'appuies sur A ou sur
oui,
Q
non,
ou
mais
sur
là,
S.
j'ai fait un 25 ans 51 ALB.
Attends, si ça marche. Bon, bah, attends, ça marche pas maintenant.
C'est pas? Bah, fais Tony ALB.
Ah, pourtant, j'ai mis le mot de passe, pourtant.
Bah ouais, bah tu vois. Hein.
Ah, tu es sûr que c'est 06? Ah, mais non, c'est moi qui me suis trompé de.
De quoi?
06 46.
06 46.
Ah, mais j'ai pas mis ça, moi.
01 15.
Ah, moi, ça marche pas.
Ah oui, bah.
Moi j'ai marqué 0682.
Ah oui.
Ah mince, ça marche pas.
Alors, 2511, ALB.
Si je mets gros de téléphone aussi, c'est pas bon non plus.
Ah oui, si tu mets pas le bon. Ben là, normalement, je vois la flèche, ça doit marcher. Ouais.
Et ça fonctionne.
Voilà pourquoi tu...
Alors la prochaine fois que ça t'arrive, cette connerie là.
C'est le même oui.
Attends. Prochaine fois que ça t'arrive, tu fais sur... Ce que j'ai fait, tu peux faire. Tu vas sur mot de passe oublié.
Ouais, et puis...
Là, tu vas avoir une page qui va te mettre...
Ouais.
Tu mets donc ton numéro de téléphone.
Ouais.
Tu mets nom de famille, le Bozek.
Le Bozek.
Là, tu appuies sur valider. Après, tu vas avoir une autre page qui va t'arriver. Ils vont t'envoyer un code.
Ouais.
Qu'ils m'ont envoyé.
Ouais.
Bon, t'attends que le code il arrive. Tu mets le code. Tu mets le code qu'ils te mettent.
Oui, oui.
Là, tu vas encore avoir Attends. Tu vas encore avoir une autre page qui va arriver.
Ouais.
Là, ça va te marquer. Tu veux mettre quel mot de passe? Le mot de passe, là, apparemment, j'ai pas eu besoin de le mettre. C'est 25 secondes, machin.
Eh ben oui.
Là, tu fais valider.
Oui.
Après, bon, tu zappes. Ça va te marquer. Ton mot de passe a bien été enregistré. Donc, tu zappes ça. Hop, et voilà.
Oh là là. Bah non, mais ça
Ce que j'ai fait, tu peux le faire toi. Hein.
Oui, bah oui, je sais bien, oui, mais je savais pas. Bah, j'irai sur mot de passe oublié et...
Voilà. Et t'as juste à lire ce qui est marqué sur les gros, c'est tout.
Oui, oui. Bon, ben merci. Ah bah disons, non, mais ils sont vraiment cons, hein. Attends. En plus, je m'en rappelle et tout. Bon.
Voilà. voilà.
A ventilation system. It should regulate
Bon,
the
alors.
pressure of the staff buildings.
Donc, voilà. Alors, bon. Alors, Dominique a tué ta santé. Ah oui. Faut que je fasse sentir l'étrange odeur à Tony. Voilà. Ah oui, non mais... En fait, ce qui se passe, c'est que mes parents, ils sont... Enfin, mon père, il est... Enfin, mes parents... En fait, pour t'expliquer les choses en version rapide, ils sont chez Bouygues. Bon. Et le problème, c'est que des fois, même très souvent, t'as le mot de passe qui déconne. Et puis, bah, voilà. C'est tout un bordel. Bref. Moi, je touche du bois, pas de problème. Moi, je touche du bois. J'ai pas ces problèmes-là.
We have some work for you to do. Let us go to Kew Gardens.
Après, pour en revenir à ce que je disais tout à l'heure des autres là, pour en revenir à ce que je disais des autres là, sur ceux qui ont le coronavirus, les symptômes qui vont là-bas en France. Nous on les met dans des espèces de spa. Une espèce de spa où ils peuvent faire du ping-pong, du tennis, tout ça. C'est comme un camp de vacances, quoi. C'est comme un camp de vacances.
Let us take Toby to the laboratory. He will pick up the scent of this mysterious substance. Search, Toby. Search.
Church, Toby, church. J'ai bien le church, Toby, church. Et donc voilà. Et... Donc c'est pour ça que je dis que si vraiment ils étaient vraiment contaminés par le coronavirus, ils seraient pas dans une espèce de spa. Hein. Puis comme disent mes parents, qui c'est qui paye ça? pas eux, hein. Ils sont malades.
Congratulations, Toby. Now let us see what you have found. This is the bottle that was used in the laboratory. It was buried here. There is still some liquid remaining in the bottle, with gold flakes, a tiny caterpillar. Not surprising to see one in a garden, but at the bottom of a bottle.
Attends. Trouver la plante ayant servi à tuer, monsieur. Trouver les plantes. Un flacon. Analyser. Comme vous avez vu, si vous voulez poser la fin de recevoir. Demander, c'est tout ça. Consulter les archives. Consulter les archives. Consulter les archives. Un éclat de marbre, trouver un sujet pour sa femme. Ah non, j'en ai des choses à consulter dans les archives. Attends.
Mets ton t-shirt par-dessus. Les papiers. Je vais fermer la fenêtre. Comme ça, on s'en fout.
Mr. Hamish, was someone from your family connected with Kew Gardens?
Family? No. I'm the only one with a passion for botany.
I do not think so. This photograph of you and your father at Kew Gardens suggests the opposite.
But you have no right to.
Do tell us more about your father.
He was, indeed, the greatest botanist of his time in the British Empire. He worked together with Montague Dunn until the end of his life. He brought me in at the age of 12.
Did he get on well with Mr. Dunn?
No, I couldn't say that. They expanded Kew Gardens together, that was all. And it was all my father's work, for Dunn always lived the high life.
So Mr. Dunn was not helping your father?
Oh, yes, he provided the financial support. And as far as he was concerned, that fulfilled his role. But the worst of it was, he declared himself as the master of Kew Gardens. Fame meant nothing to my father. So it was easy for Mr. Dunn to take all the credit.
Thank you, Mr. Hamish. We shall continue our investigation.
Kew Gardens is such an exciting place. Wouldn't you agree?
These leather gloves are new and of good quality. They do not appear to have been used. A book about ships. Nothing at all to do with plants.
Oh, il est saoulant ce mec.
Materials for college study. They belong to Albert. This place serves as Albert's office.
Ah ouais, moi, il me saoule, hein. Ah, moi, littéralement, il me saoule, hein. Oh. Ah, les gonflants sous l'eau, ils sont eux, hein. Oui, un peu à chaque fois. On va prendre la poussette, ça va juste couler.
Attends, je reviens. Vous allez où?
On va faire quelques courses à Netto, on revient.
Ouais, d'accord.
On va y aller à pied doucement.
Ouais.
Apparemment, là, le mec avec les quelques-uns, là, il dit qu'en Belgique, c'est pareil, le coronavirus, c'est fonctionne.
Hein?
En Belgique,
Le coronavirus, ils sont servis aussi?
les gens qui disent, pas les coronavirus.
Bah oui, bah ils vont pas affoler tout le monde non plus, hein.
Ils disent c'est n'importe quoi.
Bah qu'est-ce que tu veux y faire? Ils vont pas affoler tout le monde non plus, hein.
Sauf qu'eux, en Belgique, on les envoie pas dans un spa, tantôt. Au tennis, au ping-pong. Non, en Belgique, non.
Ils ont la plage privée.
Ils ont peut-être pas les mêmes moyens que nous, hein.
Bah oui, mais peut-être qu'il n'y a pas de spa. Bah si, en spa. Mais si, bête de pas les emmener sur le circuit de spa là-bas.
Ouais, mais là, c'est un circuit, c'est pas un spa.
Les circuits de spa,
Oui, mais...
Francorchamps.
Ouais, mais je sais pas qu'est-ce qu'ils feraient là-bas. Hein.
Bah ils joueraient, ils s'amuseraient, ils...
Ouais, ils prendraient l'air frais, ils prendraient l'air frais de là-bas de la
bah
forêt.
oui, ils prendraient
Parce que
l'air
c'est à
frais
côté d'un bois.
Ils prendraient l'air frais de leur chaussée.
Eh,
Bah quoi? Bah ça serait peut-être mieux que rien.
ouh.
Bah quoi?
Je vais aller voir un peu, putain. Je vais aller courir un peu. Ah! Ah, courir! Ça fait bien de courir. Ça fait bien de courir. Moi, tu vois, hein, comme tu peux le voir, hein, comme tu peux le voir physiquement, hein, comme tu peux le voir avec mon physique d'athlète, moi, je cours tous les matins. Tous les matins de bonne heure, je me lève. Je vais jusqu'à l'intérieur en courant. Tu vois, d'ailleurs, mon beau physique d'athlète. Hein, voilà. Voilà à quoi ressemble un gars qui court tous les matins, qui fait Intermarché, où j'habite, Intermarché, en courant. Corps d'athlète. Bon. Alors. Allons voir. Alors. Bah, je vais étudier ça, moi. Je vais étudier ça. Je pensais que l'affaire elle serait aussi rapide que l'autre, mais non. Chier. Fait chier. Des fois il y a des enquêtes, c'est hyper rapide, et puis là, comme hier soir j'ai fait une enquête, c'était un petit peu d'énigme, je dis bah non. Salut la brume. Oula. Oula. Salut la brume. Alors, voyons voir. Oula. Encyclopédie.
That is not the one I need.
Ah, attends. Histoire, botanique. C'est ça.
That is not the one. That is not the one I need.
Ah.
Here
On
it
l'a
is.
pas. Et ça me fait aider, hein. Et ça me fait aider en plus. Symbole sur pot cassé. Symbole, un pot de fleurs cassé, trouvé dans la... Glyphe, va dire. Ouais, il va. Biologie, histoire, médecine, botanique. Médecine, histoire. Technologie,
That
peut-être.
is not the one I need. That
There.
is not the one I need. That is not the one I need. That is not the one I need. That is not the one I need.
Pas ça. Économie, architecture.
That is not the one I need. The Divine Syndicate is not a supplier to Kew Gardens. Besides, there is no address here.
Bah, la forme, ouais, la forme. Le symbole sur les pots de fleurs trouvés à Cave Garden, prouvant qu'il n'en était pas originaire. C'est quoi ça? Sciences, économie, technologie, histoire peut-être.
That is not the one I need. 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 That is not the one I need.
Ah, c'est pas ça, médecine peut-être.
That is not the one.
Non, on va pas là. T'es plein de contre institut. Le divin sticker.
That is not the one. That is. That is not the. That is not the one I. That is not the one I need.
Non, pas botanique. Histoire.
That is not.
Les technologies.
That is not. That is not the one I. And here is the Divine Syndicate's address. Perfect. It is time to find out what they have against Montague Dunn.
Ah, je vais voir, tiens. Il est plus long que ce que je croyais. Chier. Je pensais qu'il serait plus court. Bon, bah, on va aller voir eux, hein, découvrir ce que cache le divin cynique. Enfin, je vois pas ce qu'ils sont divins, mais bon. Je vois pas trop ce qu'ils sont divins, mais bon. Je vois pas trop ce qu'ils ont de divin. C'est palpitant, hein, la brime, ce que je fais. Hein. C'est palpitant.
Let us determine just what we have found.
C'est peut-être pas ton époque, ça, Sherlock Holmes. Enfin, ton époque. De ta génération, je veux dire ça comme ça. Peut-être.
This is the bottle that we found hidden at Kew Gardens. Let us use a pipette to take a sample of the liquid and fill a test tube.
C'est même pas sûr que tu connaisses peut-être Sherlock Holmes. Peut-être. Ou peut-être que tu connais, hein. Bah, c'est un jeu que j'ai... C'est un jeu que j'ai... C'est un jeu que j'ai acheté.
A colorless water-based.
C'est un jeu que j'ai acheté là récemment.
Quite a strong floral aroma.
Holmes? What are you doing?
It has a bitter taste.
What if it's poisonous?
Did you ever see poison stored in enormous jars like that? Anyway, there is a doctor nearby.
So, what do you think it is?
It is some kind of organic compound. Let us vaporize the liquid and see what happens.
Il va quand même pas avaler ça.
Small colorless crystals. Colorless, tiny crystals that are soluble in water, with a floral smell and a bitter taste. Watson, could you pass me that small bottle, please?
Of course. Here you are. Holmes, do you know what it is?
Wagner's reagent. There was a label on the bottle that you passed to me.
No, Holmes, I meant the bottle that we found.
Let me add the reagent and see if there is any sediment, and then I shall tell you. I need to take a pipette and make several drops of the reagent. Red sediment, just as I suspected. This liquid is of organic origin. It contains some alkaloid. Most likely it is unstable, and that is why there is a quantity of gold dust.
Tu pourrais jouer à ce style de jeu, la brine, comme ça t'aurais pas de problème de caméra.
This mixture is probably a fertilizer. Someone was carrying out.
Ce genre de jeu, il va pas faire bugger ta caméra. Hein. Ou alors c'est que t'as vraiment pas de bol. Et ça, t'inquiète pas, ça prend pas beaucoup de place sur le disque dur. Hein. Et comme je dis, hein, les caméras, y a pas de problème. Ah, évidemment, c'est pas... Ah, évidemment, c'est pas Forza Horizon 4, hein, c'est sûr. Ah, c'est sûr que c'est pas Forza Horizon 4, hein, ça, c'est sûr, ça, c'est sûr, hein, mais... Ça parle beaucoup, c'est un jeu, ça parle beaucoup, faut un petit peu... là-haut réfléchir.
This place is beautiful, Holmes. Its atmosphere is remarkably soothing.
Let us find someone who could help us.
Faut un minimum de réflexion. À faire un peu comme tu fais sur Forza Horizon 4, hein, tu réfléchis. Bah, sur celui-là c'est pareil.
Good day to you, sir. My name is Sherlock.
I am exalting the sap. A while can you wait? From the trace of elements and moreover from the quality of the ambient geotropism it depends. Therefore, please, mind my gravitropism. Its balance, do not disturb.
Disturbed is most definitely the word.
There. Completed is the symbiosis. Welcome you are. To introduce myself I shall. I am the Green Grand Mystic.
The Green Grand Mystic himself.
This is me. Who am I speaking to?
We are two gentlemen who are extremely interested in the vegetation philosophy that is advocated by this establishment.
Listening to you, I am.
Eh, et toi t'es tout débile, non? Et toi t'es tout pas net. Hein?
We should like to take a look around, to immerse ourselves in the wisdom that emanates from here.
It is a school of anastomosis, the divine scholastic syndicate for vegetation veneration and meditation. You may say, the divine syndicate. Glory to the eukaryotic. Only true devotees, those whose hearts are ready to spermatophize in sharing of knowledge, are permitted to physically enter our vegetable kingdom and its wisdom. And to be permitted, you must earn it. Yes.
Green Grand Mystic, we are ready to become devotees and gain access to your temple.
What is the name of our Lord, our God King?
Alors là,
Our God King's name is Triwa, Green Grand Mystic.
Oh la, good, I like you. Here is the holy key to the wisdom place. Holy donation can you make whenever you so wish.
complètement stone celui-là.
Thank you so much.
I pray you
complètement
to
stone.
taste our fertilizer substance. From the burdens of life it
Il est
helps to
complètement
free.
stone le mec.
But of course.
Raw sap, it is called. It is near the entrance.
Il est complètement stone. Il a dû fumer un petit peu trop
We
de...
visited Kew Gardens, and we found your symbols on their flower pots.
Coincidence, I am thinking. They would scavenge our refuse. It would not surprise me.
It was merely an observation. Well, we
Je
will
pense-
leave you to your meditation.
Je pense qu'il a dû fumer un petit peu trop d'herbe celui-là. Je pense qu'il a dû fumer un petit peu trop d'herbe. Comme des fois ce mixeur, il y en a, j'ai l'impression qu'il fume un petit peu trop de... Même beaucoup trop
A fragment of a
d'herbe.
flower pot.
Bon, c'est pareil, en parler,
Of a
c'est...
flower pot. It fell down here.
Et pareil, en parler, c'est... On peut en parler, parce que si tu dis que ce mixeur, la plupart, il fume dipette... Ce qui est vrai, hein, parce que les mecs, hein, ils fument pas que du... Sur mixeur, les mecs, ils fument pas que de la cigarette. Hein. Ils fument pas que de la cigarette. Les mecs, ils fument pas que de la cigarette. Alors après, je sais, à dire ça comme ça... à dire ça comme ça, on a l'impression que les mecs des mixeurs, c'est des drogués, mais... c'est pas des mecs... voilà, quoi.
Praise the grand tree, praise it!
Ok.
This must be Triwan, the Divine Syndicate's god.
Mais là, le mec, il est complètement à l'ouest. Hein.
This door is locked, but I can try to open it.
Il est complètement à l'ouest. Il est complètement à l'ouest. Des fois, ces mixeurs, t'en as, ils sont un petit peu à l'ouest. Hein. C'est un petit peu à l'ouest. Après, évidemment, j'ai tendance à faire passer les mixeurs pour des drogués, mais... on va dire que ces mixeurs, ils fument pas que du... On va dire que ce mixeur, il fume pas que du... Il fume pas que du tabac, quoi. Après, je dis ça, c'est toujours pareil, hein, on va encore me dire que... On va encore me reprocher que je suis un mec qui dit n'importe quoi, mais les mecs...
These instruments are used for smoking opium.
J'irai pas jusqu'à dire qu'il fume de la marijuana, mais... limite, hein. Limite, hein. Et là, ces
This
mixeurs, ils sont...
substance is an alkaloid, the same as in the bottle we found in the bushes at Kew Gardens.
Il y en a, c'est pas des... Hein, ils ont pas...
This cabinet is full of chemicals.
Il y en a, ces
They
mixeurs, ils
are
ont
the
pas toute la
same as
tête,
the ones
hein.
we found in the laboratory at Kew
Ils ont pas
Gardens.
toute leur tête, hein. Il y en a...
That would be enough to perform the most difficult of chemical experiments.
c'est pas... Enfin voilà quoi, hein, il fume pas que du... Il fume pas que du tabac. Hein. Il fume pas que du tabac.
Caterpillars. They are raised as food for certain plants. Let's take them. A tropical plant. Nothing of interest. A tropical plant. Nothing of interest. A tropical plant. A tropical plant. A tropical plant. A tropical plant. These 3 plants are identical to the ones shown at the exhibition. I shall take them.
Mais bon, il y a certaines choses...
Perfect, Watson. We can begin our experiment.
Osmosis and photosynthesis.
That should be the raw sap that the Green Grand Mystic spoke of. This is rather delicious, and of an excellent quality.
My word, Holmes. Their sap is like a form of cocaine.
Ah bah, la cocaïne, mixeur, ils doivent connaître. Hein. Ce que je dis, c'est risqué, mais c'est la vérité. Hein. Ce que je dis, je prends un risque, hein, mais je prends un risque. Mais... Ah, là, quoi, les mecs... Ils sont plutôt stone, les mecs. Hein.
Do you have friends at Kew Gardens?
None. Not worthy there.
Nevertheless, we have seen Kew Gardens flower pots in your yard. How could they happen to be there?
What?
our sacred place you permitted yourself to search. Sacrilege.
No, really now. There was a theft of plants at Kew Gardens a matter of days ago, and we believe the pots we found here may be connected with it. Please tell us, were you involved?
No, those plants were ours. They had stolen them from us.
How so?
Their director, Dump, I believe.
Done.
Yes, that's what I said. He borrowed from us 3 of our sisters for the exhibition at his green-fly-infested gardens. But he never gave them back to us. Excuses and imbecility. So we went in and saved them.
I see. So, if you stole those rare plants from them, then it means... Ah, I get it. Bravo, Holmes. I think the case is solved.
No, we did not steal. We saved. Well, as a matter of fact, we were unable to find our 3 plants.
I beg your pardon. And yet you took all of the exotic plants from the stand.
They had disappeared. It was the least we could do. They stole our sisters, and so we stole theirs.
Well, we will leave you to your meditation. I imagine that one of these plants would be capable of releasing a toxic vapor. I need to find out exactly how it could be done. I shall begin now. Watson, if you are at all optimistic to have dinner this evening, then I'd recommend that you put on the gas mask. A carnivorous plant. I find the behavior of predators utterly fascinating. How interesting. What a strong and effective defensive mechanism. The plants would be capable of killing only if they were directly next to the victim and stimulated at precisely the right moment.
Let us take our caterpillars to the Colonial Collection Room. We may see things more clearly there.
It is too early, Watson. Our suspects will be there. Let us investigate Kew Gardens one more time and ask some questions. Are you aware of the Divine Syndicate?
The Divine what? Is this a joke?
No, I am quite serious.
What a ridiculous name. Anyway, I have never heard of this syndicate.
Can you tell me if you saw Mr. Montague Dunn on the day of his death?
Yes, of course. I met him, and we went to see Albert, his son, at around 9:30. He appeared quite calm.
What were you doing on the morning of the accident?
After paying multiple visits to Albert, I had a little talk with Miss White. Then I returned to my desk to complete some paperwork. Suddenly I observed that Mr. Dunn was not feeling well, so I ran immediately to fetch Albert. I clearly remember that it was around 10:30, for I was late that morning.
Thank you, Mr. Hamish. We shall continue our investigation. Can you tell me what Mr. Dunn was doing upon the day of his death?
I can, but there is nothing very special to say. I was in the laboratory when I saw Mr. Dunn heading towards me. Tuesday is the day of his weekly visit. It was supposed to be at 9, but he was 10 minutes late, as usual.
And then?
Well, he came in to say good morning. Then I saw him spend 2 or 3 minutes by the plants outside the laboratory. After that, he ran out in the direction of the nursery, where Mr. Hamish was working. He was always in a rush during the inspection, you see. I would pity anyone who stood in his way.
And that was the last time you saw him?
Yes. I stayed in the laboratory until 20 minutes to 11, when I heard the cries of Albert and Mr. Hamish from the large glass house.
I joined them as soon as I could, for I knew that something must be very wrong.
What exactly were you doing in the laboratory?
I was recording an experiment for my thesis. I only stopped my work once when Mr. Hamish visited me briefly around 10 o'clock.
You say you were recording an experiment when the tragedy occurred. Might I listen to the roll?
Certainly. Please do. You will find it in the laboratory. It is number 320.
The Divine Syndicate. Does that name mean anything to you, by any chance?
Not at all. But it is a very pretty name.
Thank you, miss. Your father's death does seem highly suspicious. What were your movements here on that day?
Suspicious? Well, I was working in the seed house, taking care of Lysa something, or Lear Pontus, or... No, wait. These Latin names. And I spent so many hours trying to memorize them.
Did you see your father that day?
Yes. He came here with Mr. Hamish for his weekly visit. There was nothing unusual about that.
And then?
Nothing. They stepped out to the backyard. It was perhaps 20 minutes before 10 o'clock. Then about 10 minutes later, I saw my father heading for the dry tropics room while Mr. Hamish returned here.
And Mr. Hamish and Miss White, what were they both doing that morning?
Mr. Hamish visited me a couple of times. I also saw him returning from talking with Miss White, and that was at 10 minutes past 10. But then he ran back here to me to tell me that my father was feeling unwell. We hurried across to the water lily room, and I found my father lying dead on the floor. Oh my God.
I perceive that you are passionate about the Royal Navy.
Passionate? No, not really. I like ships, that is all.
Are you quite sure? You do not seem to be so interested in plants.
It's difficult, that's all. My future is here. It has never been about anything else.
And yet I know that the Royal Naval College rejected your application.
Ah, you truly are as clever as they say. Yes, that's correct. And in fact, my father was strongly against the idea. He did his best to ruin my plans, although I almost did succeed. But my dreams were shattered, Mr. Holmes.
Tell me, have you ever heard of the Divine Syndicate?
No, I cannot say that I have.
Thank you, young man. We shall see you again soon.
Everyone has gone, Holmes. The way is clear.
When Montague Dunn was standing close by the plants, the caterpillars were released and caused the deadly spores to activate. Panicking, and likely already half asphyxiated, Montague Dunn started back and knocked over the bust. He rushed to the door, but it was locked. He had to force it open with his shoulder. We already know the outcome. Montague Dunn collapsed and died not far from the pool. Well, it is time to perform our experiment on the ventilation system. The caterpillars could only fall from the ventilation duct. Our caterpillars are in place. I'll activate the ventilation system so that they fall down. Watson, stay here and observe.
All right, Holmes.
We can see the interior of the Colonial Collection Room from this window. Before starting the engine, I need to enable the power supply. The power is on. The engine cannot be started whilst the transmission is active. The engine has started. The power is on. The ventilation system is working. Before I activate the fan, I need to check if the interior of the Colonial Collection Room can be seen from here. From here, we are unable to see the interior of the Colonial Collection Room. Excellent. This ventilation fan is working. Let us see if I can activate the other one. Perfect. Now I just need to find Watson to check the result.
It works perfectly, Holmes. Bravo. Now, if you could just help me to get rid of these caterpillars.
Perfect. Now we know how the murder of Montague Dunn was carried out, by activating both Albert's and Mr. Hamish's fans.
But only from Mr. Hamish's workplace would it be possible to see when Montague Dunn entered the Colonial Collection Room. Let's go to Scotland Yard.
Bon, je vais me chercher un verre à boire, je reviens. Bon, allez, hop.
Inspector, I believe that Martin Hamish is guilty of the murder of Montague Dunn.
Aha! I knew it. I'll send the lads around to arrest him.
Very good. I shall wait to hear from you. Inspector, I came here as quickly as I could.
Martin Hamish is in the large glass house. There's no need to hurry.
Holmes, my God!
Yes, we found him like that.
Our messing around with the ventilation system didn't go unnoticed. Mr. Hamish realized that we knew.
Inspector, could you arrange the body, please? I should like to examine it. The mark around the neck is very visible. He died instantly.
Holmes, his left shoe is unique. This anomaly is often a characteristic of...
A club foot. Bravo, Watson. That is the key element of this case. Something about this rings very oddly.
Why do you say that, Mr. Holmes?
Why? Because of Mr. Hamish's club foot. Oh, I deserve to be kicked from here to Charing Cross. I should have noticed it.
But, Mr. Holmes, I can't see why.
No, I don't suppose you do. You must recall that Mr. Dunn was locked inside the Colonial Collection Room by the murderer. If it was Mr. Hamish, he would have had to run up to his workplace to trigger the fan situated above it, taking into consideration the condition of his foot.
Well, it is still possible.
Perhaps, but it is rather strange that such a person as Mr. Hamish decided to base his plan on the speed of his gait.
You mean to say that somebody helped him?
So the suicide is questionable?
Correct. Mr. Hamish accuses only himself in his letter, and so the investigation stops.
Possibly an accomplice, then? That idea had not occurred to me, Mr. Holmes.
I have another idea, Inspector. Thanks to the testimony that we have collected, we are able to rebuild the events as they took place that day.
With a timeline, such as we did in the Jack the Ripper case.
Precisely.
The map at the entrance of Kew Gardens should help us with our timeline.
Let us analyze the facts and statements so that we may recreate the events of that morning.
J'ai pris une galette, Hervé.
Ouais.
Perfect, Watson. Now, let us ascertain who assisted Martin Hamish in killing Montague Dunn.
What happened, Inspector?
It's all over now, lad. There is no use denying it. We know that you murdered your father. Patricide by plant poisoning. Very alliterative.
What? You're mad. I didn't do it. I don't know anything about botany. No!
Bah, la mission, et après, je fais ma petite pause, et après, je passerai les autres.
Where are you going, Holmes? Have you been invited somewhere?
We have been invited, Watson.
We have? Where to?
To the Baker Street Irregulars' annual dinner. They sent us an invitation. It is on the table.
A dinner? How could those street urchins afford anything like that? I can't understand your interest in them, Holmes. They're dirty. They wouldn't hesitate to steal your wallet. They...
Watson, you should be excited. It is a secret dinner. Its location changes every year. Read the menu. Sounds mouth-watering.
All right. We, the secret police of Baker Street, invite you, Sherlock Holmes, and Dr. Watson to our annual dinner. Menu: entree, frozen rat head salad. Is this a joke?
Not at all. Pray continue.
Main course: sow's udder in Danny Nutcracker's way. Ah, sounds disgusting, Holmes. Hedgehog goulash. Street turnips in homemade juice. And it goes on.
Ah, I can hear them on the stairs now.
We can't go there. We can't eat that.
Watson, you'll hurt the feelings of those poor children. We have to go.
Oh, Mr. Holmes.
It is fine, Mrs. Hudson.
Mr. Holmes!
Wiggins, Dr. Watson is getting ready. He will be delighted to join us. You don't look well, my young man. Is there something wrong? Don't tell me the dinner is cancelled.
Mr. Holmes, it's my brother Leighton. He's in a prison cell. They say he's killed 2 men. You have to help us, Mr. Holmes, because I know he didn't do it.
Where is he now?
From what I've heard, they took him to the yard, and they gave him a good beating already. You know what they're like. They'll hang him. They won't look any further.
Holmes, we have to help him.
And forget about the dinner? Wiggins, I'll take the case.
You're fantastic, Mr. Holmes. I'll be waiting for you at the crime scene. You'll be there, right? It's on Half Moon Street in Whitechapel.
Very well.
Mr. Holmes, whatever brings you here so late at night?
I'm interested in the case of young Leighton Chapman. He was arrested earlier this evening and accused of a double murder.
I beg your pardon? That case is quite clear to the police. Or are there any new facts that we don't know about?
Who knows, Inspector?
Look, you are free to investigate, of course, Mr. Holmes. Chapman was arrested with a revolver in his possession, which you can find in the evidence room. The suspect himself is in custody.
Did you find anything else on his person?
A few personal belongings. Nothing particular, Mr. Holmes.
Thank you, Lestrade. Please escort this suspect for interrogation. Good evening, Mr. Chapman.
Who are you? I've got nothing to say. It's all a mistake.
Calm down, Leighton. I have come here to help you. To find out if you truly are innocent, as your younger brother Wiggins has told me.
My brother? You know him? Then that means you're...
Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, blimey. All right, Mr. Holmes. I'll tell you everything.
Allez, j'arrive. Bon, je reviens, je vais me chercher la galette. Je reviens. J'arrive.
c'est pas ici à Johnny, on saura que ma vie, on avait alors, franchement, ici à Johnny, tu vois pas de panneau, Johnny avec. Tu vois le coup qui est pleurer. Alors maintenant, les clés, comment tu dis les clés, tu as vu les horreurs dans la ville des Sherlock Holmes, je sais pas ce que là, il met mais même, c'est même pas ça, c'est les fleurs maintenant. D'abord. Mais non, mais les facilettes dedans. Là-bas, c'est en train de pourrir. C'est en train de pourrir. C'est complètement en train de pourrir. Ça pousse pas, tant pis, tant mieux. Je me demande qui est là, c'est en train de pousser, c'est en train de courir. Bon, déjà, je vais pas peut-être parce que je me demande qui est. Il y a un palmier au milieu, quand je mets pas un palmier, on dirait un coréus. Non, c'est pas un palmier, ça doit être un peu dans ce parti vert. Ça met ça dans la tête, d'accord. Non, franchement, il faut que tu la tête du monde. Non, franchement. C'est pas un problème de l'esclave, mais faut trouver un truc, quoi. Même Charlie qui était. C'était plus petit que le policier. C'est même comme une mais mieux.
À la vôtre, hein. À la bonne vôtre, hein. C'est un caméra, ça, hein. Alors avant vous vous imaginez les choses, hein. C'est du cidre.
Good. Tell me your account of what happened.
I left my work and I hurried up to see the fireworks in Whitechapel. I was late, so I decided to cut through Half Moon Street. I saw the first fireworks light up in the sky. I bumped into a constable on a corner before entering Half Moon. Then suddenly, what with all the firework flare, I saw two men. They were both lying flat in the middle of the street. I stopped where I was. I thought about turning back to the police, but as I was thinking of that, I saw a third person. He was leaning over the body that was furthest from me. The second I saw him, he raised his head and he stared at me. In a flash, I saw his gun, but he made a dash for it instead and he escaped through Whitechapel Street.
So you might still have had time to return to the constable.
I panicked. I didn't know what to do. Anyway, I approached the bodies just to see if they were still alive. I saw that one had blood pumping out of his stomach. He was dying. It was horrible. The second one was already dead. He had a hole in his head. He was holding a gun in his hand though. I took it, and then I followed the third man.
Interesting. Pray, continue.
I turned a corner, and I saw the man standing in the middle of the street. He seemed to be in some sort of panic. And then, Mr. Holmes, something strange happened. I told the police and they laughed at what I said, but I swear to you, my words are true. I started running towards him. But then I was blinded by a flash. It was so bright that I hardly saw anything for a good dozen seconds. but I kept running forward. As I arrived in Whitechapel, I heard a woman screaming, and then I was caught by the police. But there wasn't a trace of that man. Of course, then they found a gun and all that blood. I couldn't see the murderer escaping and all that mess. Perhaps I was still half-blinded at that moment.
A thrilling account, my young man. Layton, are you able to describe the person whom you saw standing in Half Moon Street?
Well, I wasn't able to see his face at all. It was too dark, and he was too far away. I could see his silhouette.
And what about that?
Nothing so special. He was wearing a jacket. He was quite average in size and his weight.
I see. Was there anything else that struck you at the time?
No. But perhaps it's strange, but I can't remember the sound of his footsteps as he was running away. Perhaps it was because of the fireworks or the surprise of me seeing him.
We shall see you soon, young man.
Please, gentlemen, leave the scene now. Oh, Mr. Holmes, is that you?
Good evening, Constable...
Constable I was here with Inspector Aberline during the Ripper case, Mr. Holmes, back in '88. But then this is nothing like that case. With this one, we've got the murderer, the weapon, and the statements, which speak for themselves.
Of course, Mara. But you know that appearances can sometimes be deceiving. Who were the victims?
The two men here, both shot. The stab fellow was Brian Vercotti, a well-known ruffian. The other, Kenneth Butler, a jeweller by trade.
You spoke of statements. You have witnesses?
Well, I was there, so I gave my own statement. And then there were two other witnesses who said they saw the killer Chapman. Mr. Turner, a gentleman who lives in that flat over there. And Polly Powell, a flower seller, who was over at the far side of the street.
So, Constable Marrow, I should be delighted to hear your testimony.
I was standing at the north side of Half Moon Street. That was the side that you came from.
But you would have been unable to observe this part of the street, where we are standing now.
That is correct. But I saw the two victims slowly enter Half Moon Street, and then shortly after, the fireworks started. A few minutes after that, the fellow Chapman rushed towards me and ran into Half Moon Street.
Please continue.
I didn't pay attention, but suddenly I heard a woman's cries and police whistles on the other side of Half Moon Street. I rushed over there and I saw the two dead bodies on the ground. When I reached Whitechapel Street, I saw Layton Chapman. He'd been caught by two police constables.
Did you hear the shots?
I didn't hear any shots. The fireworks were all over the sky. They were so loud I couldn't hear anything else.
What were the fireworks in honor of, Constable?
Well, today's Queen Victoria's birthday, Mr. Holmes.
Yes, I appear to have lost track of the days. It is May now, of course. Constable Marrow, what else caught your attention while you were running through Half Moon Street?
I saw nothing but rats, and I took the time to light every corner with my lamp.
Did you happen to look up at Mr. Turner's window when you were on Half Moon Street at that time?
Yes, I saw that the window was open, but no one was there. It was dark in the room.
Constable, your statements have been of great value to me. The bullet struck his head. This man didn't stand a chance. A piece of wood that has stuck between the cobblestones. Let us take a closer look. This shard of wood is quite new. This is an ordinary key. I wonder what kind of door it opens. He tried to stop the bleeding with his hand. Death was not instant. The bullet penetrated his stomach, a dreadful wound. A tattoo from Westgate Prison. Vercotti must have done some time there. Brian Vercotti and Leighton Chapman both have identical Westgate Prison tattoos. They were most likely acquainted. Brian Vercotti suffered greatly. What a terrible way to die.
Mr. Holmes, did you see my brother at Scotland Yard? Is he all right?
Good evening, Mr. Turner.
I heard Constable Marrow reply to you as Mr. Holmes. Are you that detective gentleman? I've heard of you. And well, I know things about this evening.
Excellent. Might we hear your story? Could you tell us everything that you may have seen or heard?
I was already in bed when the fireworks started. A few moments after, I clearly heard 2 gunshots from outside.
Please continue.
I quickly got up and I grabbed the lamp from my nightstand and I rushed out the window. I looked down and I saw 2 bodies. And there was a man with a gun who was standing nearby.
Where exactly?
Well, near this body.
Did he notice you?
I don't think so. He rushed towards Whitechapel Street without looking around.
Mr. Turner, did you see anyone else in the street?
No, I saw no one but that man, the murderer, the fellow they caught.
Were the two shots you heard consecutive?
Yes, there was a very short pause between them, and they sounded different somehow. It seemed to me that the second shot was louder than the first.
That is an interesting comment. Mr. Turner, what were your actions after you stepped up to the window?
I was afraid that the man with a gun might return, so I stayed close to the window till I saw the policeman coming in the Half Moon from Whitechapel. Then I walked out to tell them everything I saw.
You have helped us a great deal, Mr. Turner. Mrs. Powell?
What do you want?
My name is Sherlock Holmes. I'm assisting the police with their investigation of the crime that took place this evening.
Well, I've already gave my testimony, but very well.
Could you tell us everything that you may have seen or heard?
Yes. I was selling my flowers as usual, and then the fireworks began, in honour of Queen Victoria. I enjoyed those. But then, all of a sudden, a young lad ran out of Half Moon Street and stopped just by me. He had a gun in his hand. He was like a ghost, and all covered in blood. It was dark, but I could see him, because of the flashes from the fireworks.
And then?
I screamed as loud as I could. I knew that a policeman should be on duty in the vicinity. He had no time to escape. 2 constables got him. Then another constable came out from the very same street, and I heard him talking of a horrible murder.
Mrs. Powell, did you hear the gunshots?
I'm not sure. You know, what with the fireworks?
Did you see anyone else leaving Half Moon Street, prior to or at the time of the crime?
No, sir, I did not. Even with all the fireworks, I was very attentive, as I'm always on the lookout for customers.
My thanks to you, Mrs. Powell. Locked. Locked.
I'll do anything to save my brother, Mr. Holmes.
Mr. Turner, you have stated that you remained close by your window after the crime, is that correct?
Oh, yes, Mr. Holmes. I stayed at my window until the police arrived to examine the dead bodies.
That is very interesting, Mr. Turner. Constable Marrow stated that he did not see anyone at the window when he was running through Half Moon Street.
Well, I think Constable Marrow and me, we might have been distracted by the whistles and shouts coming from Whitechapel. We could have missed each other somehow. You understand what I mean? It was a bit of a stressful moment, to tell you the truth, sir.
Allow me to form my own theories, Mr. Turner. Would you mind showing me the view that you had from your window?
Not at all, Mr. Holmes. Please, follow me.
Mr. Turner appears to live very modestly. This fire is dying out. It was last tended to over an hour ago. The papers are almost entirely burned. I am unable to see what's written here. These words are illegible. The papers were thrown into the fire just a short while ago. Mr. Turner was roused from his bed by the sound of gunshots. There are pieces of shredded paper scattered over the table. This kitchen knife is quite sharp. This kitchen knife was used to cut the paper. So, that's the view Mr. Turner had when he opened the window. The dead body of Kenneth Butler. Brian Vercotti's contorted corpse. Mr. Turner had a perfect view of the crime scene. He saw the bodies clearly, and Leighton Chapman standing over them.
Anything else you would like to know, Mr. Holmes?
The books on this shelf are in a mess. It looks as though Mr. Turner was trying to find something in a hurry here a short while ago. A perfect match. So, Mr. Turner broke his stick when it became stuck between the cobblestones. He did not mention that he was so near to the victims.
Anything else you would like to know, Mr. Holmes?
Ah, d'accord, c'est le campus. Oula. Attends, non, pas ça. Regardez en bas. Non. Non. C'est le B. Regardez la fenêtre. C'est même pas ça.
it didn't happen this way.
Chacun s'est levé. J'ai du corps. Mais non, mais... Putain. C'est levé. Alors, pas la fenêtre.
No, it didn't happen this way.
Putain. Mais il a coupé quoi au couteau? Ça, il s'est levé, c'est sûr. Il a ouvert la fenêtre. Approcher du corps.
No, it didn't happen this
Bah oui, mais c'est passé comment? Oh, mais j'en ai marre, c'est passé comment?
There are pieces of shredded paper scattered over the table.
Oui, mais comment il s'est cassé le truc? Je piche pas.
So, Mr. Turner broke his stick when it became stuck between the cobblestones. He did not mention that he was so near to the victims.
Ça y se lève, c'est sûr. Bon, il ouvre la fenêtre. Pendant qu'il me dépasse, il coupe le papier. Non, c'est pas ça. Voilà. Il se lève. Il se lève. Il ouvre la fenêtre. Mais non. Mais non. Bon. Il ouvre la fenêtre. C'est là.
No, it didn't.
Bon, attends, mais c'est pas ça. Mais c'est quoi? Attends, mais c'est quoi? Je pige pas là. Je comprends pas là. Activer et commencer un numéro au moment où tenir celui de vie. Ah oui, c'est ce que j'ai fait. Il y a un bug, hein. Il y a un bug. Ah oui, il se lève, et après. Bah oui. Bah oui. Oui, 3. Je sais pas ça, c'est qu'il y a un bug. Parce que là...
So Mr. Turner used a book to hide an object that he found on Kenneth Butler's body. The question is, what did he find? I can see prints from greasy fingers upon the cover of this book. Let us take a closer look. Well now, what a find! A precious jewel, concealed inside a book. A bracelet with a unique ram's head design, a distinctive feature of ancient Grecian artifacts. probably of the Hellenistic era. Mr. Turner, how would it be possible for a man of advanced years, such as yourself, to rush from his bed to the window in a matter of seconds, as you have stated?
Well, I'm able to move very quickly, despite my age. And when the situation requires it, Mr. Holmes. Well, I'm able to move very quickly, despite my age. And when the situation requires it, Mr. Holmes.
I highly doubt that, Mr. Turner. I observe that you suffer a severe limp due to your injured right leg. It would have taken at least 10 seconds for you to approach the window. That means you could have easily missed something or someone in Half Moon Street during that time.
You're right, Mr. Holmes. I could have missed something. But it did seem to me that everything happened so quickly. Time can pull tricks on you.
And what of everything else that you told us? Mr. Turner, it is vital that we have your complete and true statement.
Mr. Holmes, I do assure you that the other things I said were most sincere.
Mr. Turner, you were not sincere with me. Not then, and not now.
But Mr. Holmes...
This, Mr. Turner, does not look like anything that a poor man might possess. It is worth more than the home that you live in.
I can explain.
No, merely correct me if I am wrong. You saw Leighton Chapman through the window, but you also noticed a glittering object on the ground, this precious jewel. You walked down and took the bracelet from the body of Kenneth Butler, and when you heard the whistles, you hurried away. That broke your walking stick. It caught fast between the cobbles. Constable Marrow was unable to see you in the window as you were climbing up the stairs on your way back to your flat. Upon returning home, you hid the precious jewel inside a book.
Mr. Holmes, please don't send me to prison. I didn't do anything bad. I'm just a poor man. When I chanced upon the bracelet, I saw it as an opportunity to make a little money. I was desperate. I only took the bracelet, that's all, I swear.
You made a mistake by lying to me. But you are not a criminal. I believe that. Although I must return this bracelet to its rightful owner.
It would be my pleasure to assist you with your investigation, Mr. Holmes.
I'll do anything to save my brother, Mr. Holmes.
I suppose that I shall have to move my stool now.
That is not the one. Here it is. I need to continue my research in my archives. That is not the one I need. That is not the one I That is not the one I need. 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 One of the victims, Kenneth Butler, was involved in the story of the stolen Hellenistic treasures. A visit to his pawn shop should tell me more.
Eh ben putain, ça fait pas les... ça fait les deux enquêtes les plus longues. Hein.
Mr. Butler's key matches the lock perfectly. Crampons and a sharp ice axe would only be brought here by a mountaineer. A flare pistol. Perhaps it was pawned by a destitute sailor. The ram's heads. This necklace belongs to the 5 Rams of Mittelin collection. Interesting. That means that Kenneth Butler owned a part of this collection all this time, 10 years after the theft. It looks as though Mr. Butler kept a careful record of his operations. A flare pistol. Perhaps it was pawned by a destitute sailor.
Voyons. Il est long, hein. Il est très très long.
So this is the gun that Leighton was holding when he was caught by the police. It is a Webley revolver, a reliable weapon. It seems as though the shells were not removed from the cylinder. Two out of the 6 shells have been fired. There were 2 shots. A cheap watch, bought with his own money, no doubt. These cigarettes are filled with cheap tobacco, nothing interesting. Please escort this suspect for interrogation. Leighton, I confess I am puzzled. Why should a young lad like you take a gun from the hands of a dead man and set off in pursuit of a probable killer?
I know. I keep wondering that, but at the time it was like a reflex. A criminal ought to be arrested, and he was armed.
You were willing to risk your life. That was a little foolish, unless you wanted revenge.
No, Mr. Holmes. I was just being brave and stupid. No, Mr. Holmes. I was just being brave and stupid. No, Mr. Holmes. I was just being brave and stupid.
I'm sure that you were, but I believe that you may have recognized one of the victims, Brian Vercotti. You knew that gentleman well, did you not?
However could you know that?
You have a typical tattoo of the Westgate Brotherhood upon your hand. I observed exactly the same mark upon Mr. Vercotti. You came to know him from your sharing a past prison sentence. Am I correct, Mr. Chapman?
Oh, God. You're right, Mr. Holmes.
Would you tell me a little about Brian Vercotti?
We were convicted for a robbery. Once in prison, both of us joined one of these fraternities. During that year, we tried to help each other out, you know?
You were quite young then, I believe.
Yes, Mr. Holmes, we were. We'd only stolen a pound of meat. After we were released, and when I saw what my little brother had become, I decided to work towards living an honest life.
And Vercotti?
He had a hard time. His sister had died in a Whitechapel dispensary while he was in prison. He had no family anymore. Our paths split. He fell back into crime.
So you lost him?
Yes. And for around 2 years, I heard no news of him at all.
We shall see you soon, young man.
What's up with you, lad? What are you waiting for?
I'm waiting for my brother to be released.
Your brother?
Caught, beat up and imprisoned.
Ah, the murderer.
He ain't killed no one, copper.
Watch your mouth, lad, else you'll be joining that worthless brother of yours.
I am unable to see any higher. I need to find something to lift my lamp.
Mr. Holmes, did you see my brother at Scotland Yard?
It would be my pleasure to assist you with your investigation, Mr. Holmes.
I'm always wondering what's on your mind, Holmes.
Ouais, mais quel objet?
Locked. This mirror is turned towards Half Moon Street.
I suppose that I shall have to move my stool now.
Ah oui, mais quel objet? Ben oui, d'accord, mais quel objet?
I wish this crime had never happened, Mr. Holmes.
Crampons and a sharp ice axe would only be brought here by a mountaineer.
Ah oui, mais je sais même pas comment on fait pour grimper. Il y a un bug aussi, hein. Il y a un bug. Ah oui, mais... Ah oui, mais...
Why are you looking at me? I ain't...
Oh, no.
What ain't seen...
Eh oui, mais comment tu fais pour...
It would be my pleasure to assist you with your investigation, Mr. Holmes.
Bah oui, mais...
I am unable to see any higher. I need to find something to lift my lamp.
Bah, de quoi se élever? Bah oui, mais quoi? Ah.
This should be useful. Nothing interesting here. This is most definitely a bullet hole. The brick cracks are fresh. Watson, there was a third shot fired in this street. Constable Marrow, I would value your assistance in this investigation.
It would be my pleasure, Mr. Holmes.
I would like to make sure that there are no places in Half Moon Street where a man could hide while you were running through it with your lamp.
All right, Mr. Holmes, what should I do?
Take your lamp and start walking, just as you did before, and try to find me.
Understood. No, this is not how I walked at the time of the crime. I was more attentive. Let's start over again. I can see you very well, Mr. Holmes.
All right, Constable. Let's try again. I'll find another place to hide.
Here you are, Mr. Holmes.
All right, Constable. Let's try again. I'll find another place to hide.
Oh putain, non, il est pas bugué. Putain. Oh putain, il est bugué. Oh, me dis pas qu'il est bugué.
I can see you very well, Mr.
All right.
Here you are, Mr.
All right, Constable.
Mr. Holmes, it wasn't difficult to find you at all.
It is obvious now. No one could escape Constable Marrow's lamp while hiding in the street.
Eh ben putain. « 4h04 de diffusion, quoi. Eh ben, dis donc.
These tools are exactly what I need to climb the wall. This is exactly what we need in order to imitate the flash of the fireworks.
Wiggins, my lad, what are you doing here? You'd best be leaving and be quick about it.
I've done nothing wrong. You'd learn more by watching Mr. Holmes. He knows exactly what he's doing. Not like you.
Oi, watch your tongue.
Constable Marrow, Watson, I would like to perform another kind of reenactment with your help.
I'm listening, Mr. Holmes.
I want to check if Leighton's testimony can be trusted. If someone could vanish into thin air at a specific moment.
But Holmes, I don't see how.
I am going to be the mysterious gentleman whom Leighton followed. I will stand exactly where he saw him before he was blinded by the flash. Watson, you will be Leighton. When I fire the signal flare, you should start to chase me.
I understand, Holmes.
You, Constable Marrow, just play your part and do exactly as you did. Just, please, wait 5 seconds after the signal flare. I doubt that Polly Powell would have screamed any earlier.
As you say, Mr. Holmes.
Let us begin then. Catch me if you can. The moon illuminates this wall. Anyone trying to climb it would be easily spotted by Constable Marrow. The streetlights fall directly on this wall. Not an ideal spot to escape the crime scene. It is also directly in front of Polly Powell. This wall is cast in shadow. It would be difficult to see anyone scaling it.
I can barely see anything. Holmes? Are you there?
I should try climbing faster.
I can barely see anything. Holmes? Are you there? Where is he? My God, a man can't just disappear like that. Holmes? Holmes? Where are you?
I cannot see you, Mr. Holmes. Dr. Watson, it seems that Mr. Holmes has disappeared.
Don't worry, gentlemen. I am up here, above your heads.
How on earth did you get up there, Holmes?
I am using crampons and a climbing axe, although the person we are looking for did not leave any traces of such tools. Constable, is there any way to get to the top of this building?
Yes, Mr. Holmes, I can show you. The door to the building can be found from Whitechapel Street.
Gentlemen, I am on my way down. These shards of glass are from the window above. A cluster of thick black threads. They're unusually strong. I should examine them under the microscope. Someone broke through the window to get inside the attic, but in his haste he ripped his jacket. We can conclude that the person who later saw climbed up the wall, broke into the attic window, and escaped through the hatch.
Ça paraît trop simple. Ça paraît trop simple. Ça paraît trop simple.
Let us take a closer look. It is not a thread, but a hair. I very much doubt that it is human. I need to compare this sample with a human hair and a horse hair. A shaving brush is usually made from horsehair. Watson, could you please pass me your shaving brush?
Here you are.
Watson, look, what's outside the window?
Well, I don't see anything. Ouch! Holmes!
Oh, don't make such a fuss. One little hair. This is a most unusual hair. The horsehair is thinner than the hair that we found. Human hair is significantly thinner than the black sample. So, this black hair belongs to an animal, and it is larger than a horse. A hair from a large and exotic animal. Leighton Chapman. You did commit a double murder in Half Moon Street. It was due to a long-held grudge against one of your victims, Brian Vercotti. However, your brother Wiggins came to me. He needs you as much as you need him. I have faith that you will not err again, so I have decided that you shall avoid us.
But no! It didn't happen like that!
We have solid evidence, Chapman. You cannot deny it. A crime is a crime, but Mr. Holmes has convinced us to ease your sentence. Don't make us regret it.
Mr. Holmes! But you promised to save him!
Fin. Et voilà. Ok. Bon, je vais faire une petite pause. C'est 4h, presque 4h20 de diffusion, c'est elle m'a mis une petite pause. Hop. Ah. Ouais. J'arrête là. Hop. J'arrête là. Hop. Tac. Et le prochain, ça va être celui-là. Wolfenstein ou Young machin chose. Allez, j'arrête là. Puis après, ça va être The Surge 2 que j'ai pas encore vu. Allez, j'arrête là. Tac.